Hey everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to understand ancillary service architecture. We'll cover topics like what is the ancillary service, what are the entities it will contain, why each entity exists, what is the use of each entity. Okay, so let's start with what is the ancillary service. When passenger book a flight, the ticket price covers only seat. Everything else like extra baggage, travel insurance, a meal during the flight is called an ancillary. It is an optional add-on that passenger can purchase on top of their base fare. The ancillary service is the dedicated microservice that manages all of these add-ons. It answers two questions. What add-ons does this airline offer? What add-ons are available on this specific flight in this cabin? Now, without this service, there is no way to offer passenger extras during booking and no way for booking service to know what to charge for them. In this ancillary service, we have five entities: ancillary, insurance coverages, then meal, fourth is flight meal, fifth is flight cabin ancillary. Let's see all of them one by one in depth. First, we have ancillary entity. So why this ancillary entities exist? What is the use of it? This is the airline's master catalog of add-ons. Before any ancillary can be assigned to flight, it must first exist in this catalog. Think of it as the product catalog. The airline defines what they offer once and then assigns from it to specific flights. Like here you can see the specific flights. Currently, two types exist: baggage and travel protection. So baggage for extra lounge allowance and travel protection for insurance type product. Now, one thing is not to hear. Meals are intentionally not in this enum. They are complex enough to have their own dedicated entity. So we'll create separate entity for meal. Now key fields of this ancillary is type, subtype, RFISC. Now what is RFISC? So it's industry standard reference code. Then name, description, metadata, and airline ID. Now RFISC stands for reason for issuance subcode. It is the aviation industry standard code used by GDS systems like Amadeus and Sabre to identify ancillary products. Okay, so that's it for ancillary. Now let's understand second entity, that is nothing but insurance coverage entity. Why it exists? So when an ancillary is of type travel protection, it is not enough to just say travel insurance. Insurance is complex. It has multiple coverage types, each with its own amount, conditions, and limits. Insurance coverage store the detail of what it covered under the insurance ancillary. One ancillary can have multiple insurance coverages records. Example, we have travel protection ancillary. Inside this, we can create covers like trip cancellation. Coverage amount is 50,000. Medical emergency. So coverage amount is 2 lakh. Baggage loss. Coverage amount is 15,000. That means you will get coverage based on the coverage type. Like if your baggage loss, then you can claim 15,000 amount. If you have a medical emergency, airline will provide you 2 lakh coverage. And for trip cancellation, you will get 50,000 coverage like this. Then key fields are coverage type, name, description, coverage amount, is flat, claim condition, emergency contact, is active or not. Now let's see third entity, that is nothing but mill, and 4 is flight mill entity. So here we'll cover third and 4 both. First let's see mill. So this one is mill, left side, and right side is flight mill. You can see why mill is accessed. Mills are treated separately from the ancillary catalog because they carry much more domain specific data like ingredients, dietary restrictions, allergen info, advanced booking requirements, and image URL for the booking UI. Mill is the airline's mill catalog. It defined once by the admin and then assigned to specific flights via flight mill. Now, airline sets mills like AVML means Asian vegetarian meal. Then HNML means Hindu meal. Then BBML means baby meal, requires advance booking 24 hours before. Then VGML means vegan meals, dietary restriction, etc. Now key fields are code, name, meal type, dietary restrictions, ingredients, image URL, available, then required advance booking. If yes, then how many hours, advance booking hours, airline ID, etc. Now we have flight meal as well. So not every meal is available on every flight. A short domestic 1 hour flight may only offer snack, but a long haul international flight may offer a full menu. Now, flight meal is the assignment record. It links a specific meal to specific flight. The airline admin manually assign which meals are available on which flight route. You can see here example. Like meal Asian vegetarian. It's assigned to flight AI 101 Delhi to Mumbai. And with the price 350. And the same meal assigned to flight AI 502 Delhi to London. It's a long haul international flight. So we have provided price 0. And we have another flight AI 220. This is a short domestic hop. So we didn't assign any meal to this flight. That means this flight will not offer any kind of meal. Now let's see the key field of this flight meal. Flight ID we have, then meal, available, price, display order, etc. Now let's understand the fifth entity of our ancillary service, that is nothing but flight cabin ancillary. Now why flight cabin ancillaries exist? So ancillary are not just per flight, they are per flight plus cabin class combination. economy passenger may get 15 kg baggage free. You can see here, economy passenger may get 15 kg baggage free. But another example is business class passenger may get 30 kg baggage free. These are the different rules for the same flight. Then flight cabin ancillary is the assignment record that links an ancillary to a specific flight plus cabin class combination with its own price and availability. Here let's see the example of extra 15 kg baggage. This ancillary is assigned to flight 101 economy class. Price of it is 1500 and it's not included in fare. You can see same flight EI 101 but business class this time. Price is 0 and it's included in fare. So that's the difference, guys. Now you can see the key field as well. Key field is flight ID, cabin class ID, ancillary, available, max quantity, price, and include in fare, etc. Okay, now let's see the flow of creating ancillary. How ancillary get created? Admin setup catalog one time per airline. He will create ancillary item, add insurance coverage details, and also create meal items as well. Then admin assigned those ancillaries and meal to flights per route. Assign meal to flights, assign ancillary to flight plus cabin combination. Then those assigned ancillaries and meals used by the passenger in booking service at checkout time. Passenger select extras, calculate price and add that total to booking. Okay. Now let's see the summary of this ancillary architecture. The ancillary service manages two catalogs, add-ons and meals, both defined once by the airline admin, then assigned per flight and per cabin class. The booking service use it at checkout to show passengers their available extras and calculate the final price. This separation keeps flight operation clean while providing flexible pricing across different cabin class and routes. That's why we have created separate project for the ancillary service. Okay, so that's it for ancillary service architecture, guys. Now let's meet in the next video and set up project for ancillary service. Hey everyone, welcome back. In this video we'll create and set up project for ancillary service. So let's go to Spring Initializer and create project for it. Here I will give group name com.josh, advocate ID ancillary service, ancillary service. Now let's give the description. Ancillary service manages add-on products such as meal, flight specific ancillaries and insurance coverages. So let me remove this and provide it. Then package name com.josh, Packaging will be jar, configuration YAML, Java version is 17. Now let's add the dependencies. First, let's provide a Spring Web to create RESTful APIs. Then dev tool for auto reload, Lombok for database data JPA, and MySQL driver class. Okay, now let's generate this project. Save the ancillary service. Navigate to the project. Okay, now I need to extract this zip file. So let's extract all, and now let me cut this and paste it over here. Now I will remove this zip file since I have extracted. This is the ancillary service. Let's go one step back. Microservices, airline, and open this with the IntelliJ IDEA. Okay, now let me close all these tabs. Common, this pricing service, and here we have ancillary service. Okay, and currently here we don't have, and let me check here. Here we have just airline, flight operation, location, pricing, set service, and user service. Here we don't have this ancillary service. So first, guys, what we need to do is we need to register this ancillary service with its parent aggregator. So who is the parent aggregator? That is nothing but this service. Okay, module, common lib, and service. Actually, it's a root parent, not root parent, but this is the parent. See, services. This is the parent aggregator of ancillary service. So inside these modules with other module, I will register here ancillary service. Okay, I need to do module ancillary service. Once I registered and click on load Maven changes, I'll be able to see ancillary service here. Let me open airline core service. Okay, still we don't have. Okay, one more step is left, guys. Let's go to the ancillary service, and here we need to provide the parent details, like group ID of the parent. So group ID of the parent is this com.josh. Then artifact ID is service. Okay, you can see here artifact ID of its parent is service. And version, let me provide this version. I don't need this relative path. I'll remove it. Remove the group ID as well, since parent and its both are same. Now let's remove this empty block and this property block as well, because this property block will come from the root parent. Now let's load Maven changes, and this time you will be able to see here ancillary service as well, because now we have provided the parent detail, parent aggregator detail here inside this parent block. Now let's add one dependency, that is nothing but common library dependency here. Group ID is com.josh and artifact ID is common library. And the project version, let me make it dynamic. $sign we need to use here. Project.version. Okay. By only providing this dependency, guys, you will be able to use classes which are exist inside common library like response and request, enums also. Those classes you can use in this project only if you provide this dependency. Okay, now let's go to the ancillary main package. And inside com.josh, let me create one package, controller. Inside this, I'll create one home controller class. Home controller. Let's annotate with the REST controller. And let's create one method, public. It will return a response entity API response. Let's write home controller. Let's create API response. And return new response entity. Directly we can provide dot okay response entity dot response entity dot okay API response, like this. Okay, now in this API response, let me provide this description as a text, as a message. And there you go. Okay, now let's annotate it with the get mapping. Great. Now we can start our ancillary service project. So let's go to ancillary service application, start this server. So guys, it will throws exception. Why? Because we haven't provided the database configuration. So when we add MySQL driver class as a dependency, we need to provide the database configuration, else it will throw this exception. Data source URL attribute is not specified, of course. Now let's go to YAML file. And here we need to provide the database configuration. So let's go to airline core service YAML file and copy the driver class. Okay, data source. Let's provide an ancillary. And also guys, let me provide the port as well, server port. So how many service I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let me provide here 5008. Okay, and in data source guys, we have provided local MySQL URL and database name is YD airline DB. Instead of airline DB, I'll give here airline ancillary DB. Airline ancillary DB. Now let's create this database in our local MySQL. Let me open MySQL command line. Okay, and login with my credential. Now let's create a database, YouTube airline ancillary DB. Okay, and this database we are using here. Now let me start the service, ancillary service. This time our server will start without any exception or error. You can see it on get started on port 5008. We can check this in the browser, localhost 5008, and there you go. You can see our home controller message is coming. Ancillary service manages add-on products such as meals, flight specific ancillaries, and insurance coverages. So guys, our project is successfully created and set up for ancillary service. That's it for this video. Now from the next video, we'll start implementing APIs for each entity. So let's meet in the next video now. Hey everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to create API for ancillary entity. So let's go to our IntelliJ IDEA and start implementing. Inside the com.josh, I'll create one package model. Inside this model, let me create one Java class for ancillary entity. Ancillary. And let's annotate with the getter setter, then no action structure, all action structure. Also let's annotate with the builder, then entity. Since we have annotated with the entity, we need to provide here ID field, unique identifier. Type is long and ID. Let's annotate with the ID. So this ID annotation tells it this is my entity's unique identifier. Now we don't want to generate it manually, so I'll provide a generated value. Strategy generation type auto. Okay. Now guys, other fields are like subtype, ancillary type. So let me provide first ancillary type. Now let's create enum for this ancillary type. Inside the enum package, this enum package exists in common library, so let's create there. Now for now guys, we have two ancillary type, baggage and travel protection. It should be enum. Okay. Now let's close this and let's annotate with the enumerated enum type string. Now we can provide subtype as well, private string subtype, then provide private string RFISC code, then name, string name should be nullable false. Let's provide here. Column nullable false. This column can't be null. Okay, after the name we have description, then ancillary metadata, private ancillary metadata. Okay, so we need to create a class for this. Inside let's create this class in common library class. Inside the com.josh.domain, Let's create this package. Inside this domain package, I'll create an ancillary metadata class. Okay, and provide getter setter, no action setter, all action setter, builder, JSON include. Uh, JSON include non null. Now let's provide here metadata for baggage metadata and protection summary, private baggage metadata. So baggage, we need to create class for this baggage metadata as well. Okay, create class in domain same. Let's provide same this. Now in this baggage metadata, guys, we'll have weight, unit, pieces, category, dimensions, and not. Okay, so let's provide private integer weight of the baggage and unit like kg, kilogram. Kg means in kilogram. Then pieces, how many pieces in this baggage. Now let's provide category as well. So category is nothing but cabin, sports, check baggage, special, etc. And let's provide the dimensions detail and any not if admin wants to provide. Okay, other field, it has a protection summary, private string protection summary, special service details, private string special service details, then upgrade details, private string upgrade details. Okay, now let's go to ancillary service and we need to annotate this with converter. Let's use a converter, ancillary metadata converter equal to ancillary metadata converter dot class. Okay, so we need to create this converter as well. Let's create this converter. Why it's not giving me the suggestion? Okay, create class for the converter. Let's create it inside the service. com.service. But let's do one thing. Cancel it. And directly inside com.josh, I'll create one package, services. Inside the services, I'll create this Java class. new Java class, and let's give it a name, ancillary metadata converter. Metadata converter. Okay, and here we need to implement attribute converter. Attribute converter, ancillary metadata. Okay, we need to provide here class name ancillary metadata, and let's provide type here string. Now it will ask us to add unimplemented method. Two method we have, convert to database column and convert to entity attributes. Let's implement this both one by one. First here I will write the condition: if metadata ancillary metadata equal to null, and simply return null. Else we'll use here try catch block, and let's accept here JSON processing exception. JSON processing exception. Let's import this JSON processing. Why it's not giving me the suggestion? Okay, first let me finish this try. So here I will return object mapper dot write value as a string, and let's provide ancillary metadata. Now I don't have this object mapper, so let me create the instance of it. Yes, I will annotate this class with converter. Let's make it converter and create the instance private static final object mapper equal to new object mapper. Now JSON processing exception. So I think I need to add the Jackson dependency. So let's go to pom.xml. Inside search for Jackson. Okay, so for Jackson, let me check once, guys, which let me close this first. Cancel. For Jackson, which dependency do I need to add? For Jackson, okay, let me first stop it so I don't get any type of error, and let's go to ancillary metadata converter, import class Jackson core, and delete cache for okay, we don't need try catch. Okay, no problem. Ancillary metadata. So let me remove, since we have removed try catch, we don't need this import as well. Okay, now guys, let's create for this as well. First let me write here condition: if s equal to null, then return null. else return here. We have already return statement, right? Return here object mapper dot read value as and ancillary metadata dot class. Okay, so our converter class is, guys, ready. Now we can use this here. Let me import this converter class. Okay, now other field is the display order. Private integer display order. Then airline ID. Airline ID. Okay. So guys, inside ancillary metadata, let's go to ancillary metadata. Currently we have metadata for baggage metadata. Okay. But sometime if you have a special service detail, then you can create a separate class just like baggage metadata for special service as well. And if you have upgrade detail type, okay, then you can create a separate class for upgrade detail just like the baggage metadata. But for now I have only baggage in details, not other one, so I'm doing this. Now let's give it, and let's close this, go to the ancillary, close this as well, baggage metadata. Okay, now inside the services I'll create one ancillary service. Ancillary service. And it should be the interface, not class. And let's create methods here. Ancillary response. Create ancillary. Then let's provide here long airline ID. For which airline do you want to create this ancillary? Then ancillary request. Ancillary request. Okay. So guys, this method will return ancillary response and accept ancillary request for create ancillary method. Now we don't have this ancillary response, so we need to create one. Let's create this class inside the common library. More class inside the com.josh.payload.response package. This package lives in common library, so let's create there. Okay, we need to provide getter, setter, nonce constructor, all args constructor, and builder. Then provide fields like ID, ancillary type, then subtype. Okay, RFISC, name, description, category display name, category icon URL if you have. Ancillary metadata, let me import ancillary metadata, this class. Where this class we have created ancillary metadata? It's at the domain, right? Ancillary. Hey guys, I guess there is a spell mistake. Ancillary metadata. Well, I'm not able to import here ancillary metadata. There is no suggestion. What is the reason? Ancillary metadata. Let me copy. metadata. And insurance coverage responses. So this coverage is for now we don't have. What I will do is let me write here, or let's do one thing, create a response for this, just a class, and annotate with this fields. Let's provide for now just id. Okay, when we integrate API for insurance coverages, that time we'll finish this response class. Now, why this not giving me the suggestion for importing? So let me copy this and import it manually. Now it says it's not exist. com.josh dot enum. I think I have created it wrong location. Let me check. Payload response, ancillary response, com.josh dot domain. Domain package. Okay, so here we don't have domain package. I guess it's inside the ancillary service. Yeah, domain package got created here. So I need to move this domain package inside this common library. Okay, and let's refactor it. Now I can remove this and rename this. Okay, now let's create this ancillary request class inside the request, and let's provide this annotations, then ancillary requests. Okay, so let's create fields for this. Let's provide all the fields which are required to create new ancillary object. First is ancillary type. Ancillary type. And let's annotate with not null. Message ancillary type is required. Great. Now let's provide same guys for subtype. Okay, and we have provided here size maximum 100 for subtype, and message subtype cannot be longer than 100 character. Now let's provide for RFIC code. RFIC code size is maximum 10 character. Then name. Okay, name cannot be longer than 200 character. Then description cannot be longer than 1000 character. Icon URL cannot be longer than 500 character. Ancillary metadata and display order. Let's import this. Okay, Now let's go to ancillary services and create remaining methods like ancillary get by id. It will return ancillary response get by id. Okay, then we have a get by airline id, so it will return ancillary response get by airline id. Need to provide here long airline id. Then update ancillary id ancillary request. Then delete ancillary. Okay, now let's create one IMPL class for this. Inside service package, I'll create one IMPL package. Ancillary service IMPL. Let's create here class ancillary service IMPL. Let's implement ancillary service and implement add unimplemented methods annotated with the service required Axe constructor. Okay, now we need ancillary repository as well. So inside the com.josh package, let me create a new package for repository. Inside this repository package, let's create a new class ancillary repository. Extend JPA repository. Let's give here ancillary entity and entity unique identifier type of that ancillary. That is nothing but long ID type. It should be interface. Now we need to create one method that can return ancillary list. Method for getting all the ancillary of airline ID. Method name is find by airline ID. Long airline ID. And I have provided the airline ID. You can see at the last. Let's go to the repository. Close all this. I don't need it. Okay, repository. Now don't need this repository method as well. And this coverages. Okay. Now guys, we can start implementing our first method. That is nothing but create ancillary. Let's create here an ancillary object using a builder. Okay, and let's set all the fields like type, request or get type. Then we have subtype, request or get subtype, RFISC code, request dot get RFISC code, name, request dot get name, then description, metadata, display order, airline ID. Okay, now we can save this ancillary in the database. So let's save it. Saved equal to ancillary repository dot save, and let's provide here ancillary. That's all. Now guys, we need to convert this ancillary entity to response, then only we can return here, because you can see return type of this method is ancillary response. So let's create one mapper package inside comp.josh. Inside this mapper package, I'll create one class for ancillary mapper. Now inside this ancillary mapper, I'll create one method that can accept the ancillary entity and convert into the ancillary response and return it. So let's create methods public static ancillary response to response ancillary, and it will take a list of insurance coverage response. So let's provide here coverages. Coverage response list. Now let's check here if entity equal to ancillary is null. If ancillary equal to null, then return null. Now let's return here ancillary response dot builder build. Let's provide id ancillary id and provide type ancillary dot get type subtype ancillary dot get subtype RFISC code ancillary dot get RFISC code, then name ancillary dot get name, description ancillary dot get description, metadata ancillary dot get metadata, coverages ancillary dot get coverages. Actually we have here a coverage response list, right? Then display order ancillary dot get display order, and finally airline id ancillary dot get airline id. Okay, to response method is ready. Now let's go to service IMPL. Here use that ancillary mapper dot to response over here saved. And for coverage list, for now let's give it null here, because when we create ancillary, that time it doesn't have any coverages, because coverages will add later. Now get by id ancillary equal to ancillary repository dot find by id. Let's provide the id, or else throw new exception ancillary not found. And let's add exception. Okay, now let me write here to do what is it? First we need to fetch the insurance coverages. Fetch insurance coverages by ancillary. Okay, this is to do. Let me write here to do. Fetch insurance coverages by ancillary, then convert into the response and set here. Set where? So let me write here that method name as well. Ancillary mapper.response. Ancillary and for now let's give null. So instead of null, guys, this time we'll provide actual coverages which we are fetching from our database by ancillary. Okay, so currently we don't have the insurance coverages implemented in our system, but when we implement it, that time we'll give here a coverage response list, actual coverage response list instead of this null. Okay, then get by airline ID. So here also, guys, we'll do same. Let's return ancillary repository dot find by airline ID. Let's provide the airline ID. Then we'll use here stream and map. Okay. Ancillary. Let me write here to do. Okay. Same, guys. Fetch ancillary coverages by ancillary. Okay, then set here. So let me write here return. For now, I will provide null. Let's convert this into the list. Okay, and that's it for this method. Now update ancillary. First, let's fetch existing ancillary. Throw the exception. Now, based on upcoming request, we'll update this ancillary object. Like in the request coming is get type. Type. So we are setting that type in ancillary. Then ancillary dot set subtype, RFID code, set name, description, metadata, and a display order. Then we can save it in our database, and let's store this in variable. First, let me provide the type variable name called updated. Okay, in this variable. Actually, we need to save here. Sorry, I missed this. Ancillary repository dot save ancillary. Okay, then same to do, guys. I will write here as well. Okay, fetch and set here ancillary mapper dot to response updated and null for now. Great. Now let's implement delete method. Throw the exception. Okay. And now let's delete it. Okay. So methods are implemented successfully. Now it's time to create controller for this. So inside the controller, let me create one Java class for ancillary controller. REST controller required as constructor, request mapping, API slash ancillaries, and now let's create the first method, controller method. But before that, guys, we need ancillary service instance. So let me create the instance of ancillary service. Now let's create first method. Public with the response entity will return ancillary or response. And let's give the method name create ancillary. Will take ancillary request in the request body. Okay. Request body. And let's provide the valid annotation so that request can be validated. Now we need here request header as well. Request header. Okay, X airline ID and long airline ID. Now let's return here response entity dot okay ancillary service dot create ancillary. Provide here airline ID and request. That's all. Now let me give here tab space, annotate this method with post mapping. So guys, currently you can see we are accepting X airline ID in the request header since we haven't implemented still API gateway and JWT validation. So when we implement API gateway and JWT validation, that time guys will accept here user ID of logged in user. Okay, from that user ID will fetch the airline. User ID is nothing but owner ID. So from that user ID and user ID or login ID, sorry, user ID or owner ID will fetch the airline. From that airline will grab the airline ID. But for now, we are directly accepting the airline ID from client side since we have not implemented API gateway in our project. That is okay. Now let's create controller method for get ancillary by ID. Okay, and yeah, get by ID. In the path variable we have ID and we are accepting this path variable here. Then get by airline ID. So here let's accept direct airline ID instead of user ID. Copy. Provided this. Get all get by airline ID. Let's provide here airline ID. Then we have update method. Okay, and let's give here exception. Then update ancillary. Now update method have put mapping. Either you can put mapping or you can use patch mapping as well. And in the path variable you need to provide the ancillary ID which you want to update. And in the request body the data which you want to update. Okay, and here let me remove the validate because some fields can be null in the update method. Not all the fields are required. User can provide only those fields which he wants to update. Now for delete method we have delete mapping, and in the path variable we have provided the ancillary ID which admin want to delete. So let me write here delete ancillary and throw the exception. Okay, so guys, the controller methods are ready. Now we can test this endpoints in Postman. So that's it for this video, guys. Now let's meet in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to implement API for insurance coverage. Here you can see the key fields of the insurance coverage entity. Okay, so let's go to our IntelliJ IDEA and start implementing it. Now let me close all this tab inside the ancillary service inside the model package. I'll create one Java class insurance coverage. Insurance coverage. And let's annotate it with the no action sector, all action sector, getter setter, entity and builder. Okay, and table I don't need. Let's provide the ID field. Okay, now let's create an ancillary field. And relation many to one. Now let's provide coverage type. Private coverage type. So this coverage type enum we don't have. Let's create one coverage type. Create enum inside the com.josh enum. All right. Now we need to provide like baggage loss, baggage delay. Let's write baggage loss, then baggage delay, baggage assistant, baggage assistance, then personal accident, trip delay, okay, emergency assistance, etc. So let me provide one by one all this. Okay, personal accident, trip delay, trip cancellation, miss connection, diverted flight, free date change, zero cancellation, emergency assistance, travel document loss, medical emergency, etc. Let's go to the insurance coverage. So first we have provided a ID, unique identifier, then ancillary relation, like for which ancillary do you want to create this coverages. And one ancillary have many coverages. So that's why we have provided many to one relation. Okay, now name of this coverage. Coverage type can't be null, so we can annotate with the column nullable false. Nullable false. And now let's provide the name as well. Okay, and name nullable false, and length would be 200 character maximum. Now description maximum length is 1000 character. Then coverage amount, it can't be null. Then let's provide is flat. Then claim condition also we can provide. Then display order. Display order is for sorting. Then active. Okay, by default active true. Is flat is also true. So that's it for coverage, insurance coverage entity fields. Now we can create one service class for this insurance coverage. Insurance coverage service, not coverage service. Okay, let's rename it, and instead of class it should be interface. Okay, now I need to specify methods like create coverage. Guys, this create coverage method will return coverage response. Okay, create coverage and accept insurance coverage request. Now let's provide here request like this. Now this insurance coverage response class is created but not finished fully, and this insurance coverage request is not either created. So first let's create it. Create class inside the request. Okay, and we need getter setter, all action setter, no action setter, and builder annotation for it. Now let's provide the fields which is required to create new insurance coverage. Create private long ancillary ID and annotate it with not null. Let's provide the message ancillary ID is required. Okay, ancillary ID can't be null. Like for which ancillary do you want to create this insurance coverage? Then coverage type. Let me import this coverage type. Like in under which coverage type do you want to create this insurance coverage? Then name also required. Coverage name is required, it can't be null, and the size is coverage name cannot be longer than 200 character. This is the size. Description can't be exceeds 1000 character. Then coverage amount. Okay, coverage amount should be positive or zero. It can't be negative. It can 0 or positive. Now let's provide is flat. Then claim condition cannot be longer than 500 character. Emergency contact cannot be longer than 100 character. Display order and is active. Okay. Now let's finish this insurance coverage response as well. Okay, we have provided ID. Now let's provide ancillary ID. Private long ancillary ID. Then ancillary name. Private string ancillary name. Coverage type. Coverage type. Then name description. Coverage amount. All this fields. So let's provide one by one. Name, description, coverage amount, and currency we don't need. So let me remove. Is flat, claim condition, emergency contact, display order, and active. Okay. Now let's create remaining methods here, like update coverage, insurance coverage response. Update method will return insurance coverage response, and take request and ID. Okay, then delete coverage. What delete coverage? Get coverage by ID. Get coverage. Okay, get coverage by ancillary ID. It will return the list of insurance coverages. Coverage response. Let's import it. Import the list. Okay, now let's write method name. Get coverage by ancillary ID. And let's provide here long ancillary ID. Okay, then write method for get active coverages by ancillary ID. It will return list of insurance coverage response. Get active coverage by ancillary ID. Then get all coverages. Okay, it will return the list of insurance coverage response. Get all coverages. Now we have write all the methods name. It's time to create IMPL class for it. Insurance coverage service IMPL. Let's implement insurance coverage service and add unimplemented methods. Now guys, we need insurance coverage repository as well. So inside the repository package, I'll create one class. It should be interface insurance coverage repository, and let's extend JPA repository insurance coverage. Okay. Now we have methods. This is a get coverage by ancillary ID, get active coverage by ancillary ID, and get all coverages. Okay, so let me define here two methods. This will return list of insurance coverage find by let's check find by ancillary id, find by ancillary id. Okay, that is great. For now this much, this one is enough. We'll implement later if we need more. Let's go to now insurance coverage service IMPL, annotate this with service and required as constructor. So here we have required as constructor. Now before start implementing this create coverage method, we need mapper. So let's create mapper, insurance coverage service, insurance coverage mapper. Okay, inside this we'll create three methods. First is for to response. It will return insurance. First let's implement to entity and it will return insurance coverage entity. Method should be static. Okay, method name is to entity. Take insurance request, insurance coverage request. And if request equal to null, then return null. Okay. Now guys, we need to create insurance coverage entity. So let's do one thing, return here insurance coverage dot builder build, and we'll set all the fields here like ancillary. Let's accept ancillary here, ancillary. Okay, then coverage type, request dot get coverage type, then name, request dot get name, and description, coverage amount. Let me provide all this one by one. Let's remove this currency. Okay, so description coverage amount is flat, claim condition, emergency contact. What we have for emergency, let me check inside the entity. I guess I forgot emergency contact. Private thing, emergency contact. Okay, emergency contact. Claim condition, emergency contact, display order active. So request dot get active not equal to null, then provide request dot active else true, by default true. Okay, now let's create to response method. Public static insurance coverage response, to response, and insurance coverage entity. So guys, this method will accept the insurance coverage entity and convert into the response. Let's check. If entity equal to null, then return null, else return here insurance coverage response dot builder dot build, and set all the fields here. First let's set ancillary id. So ancillary id entity dot get ancillary dot get id, then ancillary name, entity dot get ancillary dot get name. Then coverage type, name, description. Okay, so let me copy and provide all this one by one. I'll remove this. Okay, coverage type, entity dot coverage type, name, entity dot get name, description, coverage amount is flat, claim condition, emergency contact, display order, active, and finally build it. Now let's create one more method, update entity from the request. Okay, this is for update method. Okay, now guys, this update entity from request method will accept existing insurance coverage entity and request which is coming from the user and ancillary. Okay, this ancillary is nothing but, guys, first user will fetch the ancillary by id. Now id will coming from the request. Okay, and that ancillary after fetching by id and ancillary object it will provide here. So you will understand when we use this method. For now, let's go through all the fields one by one. In the first condition, we are checking if entity equal to null or request equal to null, then return. Then ancillary not equal to null, then update existing entity like set ancillary. Request dot get coverage type. So entity dot set coverage type. Request dot get coverage type. Then request dot get name not equal to null. Entity dot set name. Request dot get name. Request dot get description not equal to null. Then update the description. Similar for coverage amount is flat, claim condition, emergency contact, display order, and active. All right, mapper is ready. Now let's go to the insurance coverage service IMPL and start implementing our first method. So first let's fetch here ancillary object by provided id, ancillary repository dot find by id and request dot get ancillary id, or else throw new exception. Throw the error message, ancillary not found with provided id. Let's import this ancillary. And we need to throw the exception, so let's add exceptions to method. Okay, so guys, first we are fetching here ancillary, okay, by id. Id is coming inside the request, so request dot get ancillary id. If ancillary found, then it's fine, we'll proceed to next task, else it will throw the exception, ancillary not found. Stop here, else we need to proceed. So what is next step? Next step is let's create insurance coverage equal to insurance coverage mapper dot to entity. Here we need to provide the request and ancillary. Now we can save it into the database. Insurance coverage saved equal to ancillary repository dot save coverage, and ancillary repository dot save. Let's go to ancillary repository. We have created actually it's a insurance coverage repository. Sorry, my bad. Insurance coverage. Insurance coverage repository dot save coverage. Okay, now we can convert this into the response. Insurance coverage mapper dot to response, and let's provide here saved coverage. Okay, now let's implement update method. So here also guys, first we'll fetch the existing insurance coverage. So insurance coverage equal to insurance coverage repository dot find by ID request dot, actually we have here ID, right? Now or else throw exception, and let's write here message insurance coverage not found with ID, and let's throw the exception to all the methods in hierarchy. Now we have existing insurance coverage. Okay, and we need to find ancillary as well. If I request dot get ancillary ID is not null, so let me define here ancillary, and if request dot get ancillary ID not equal to null, okay, let's do one thing, define it inside here. Ancillary equal to ancillary repository dot find by ID, we already have here. Let me copy this. Okay, and here we'll make a little bit change. I'll remove ancillary from here, and not equal to null, then okay, let's use the same button. Let's copy this, provide it here. Now insurance coverage mapper dot update entity from the request. So let's provide here existing insurance coverage request and ancillary. Now why it's giving me the error? Initial variable not be initialized. Okay, let's give equal to null. That's great. Now update it in our database. So insurance coverage saved, insurance coverage repository dot save. Now let's convert into the response. Insurance coverage mapper dot response and saved. So guys, first we are fetching the existing insurance coverage. Then we have create here a null ancillary variable, and we are checking if request dot get ancillary ID not equal to null, then fetch, else don't do anything. Finally, With the help of update entity from request method, we are updating our existing insurance object. Okay, insurance. Here we need to provide insurance coverage, request, and ancillary. Then we can saved our existing insurance coverage in our database with the updated value. Okay, and then convert into the response. Now delete method. So let's copy this, find by id, and throw the exception and delete it. Insurance coverage repository dot delete. Now get all coverages. So let's implement this method. Insurance coverage repository dot find all. Stream map. Let's provide here insurance coverage mapper to response. Collect to list. And whites. Okay, this is for ID, right? Let me cut this. Get coverages. Here we have. Now for ID, let me copy this. First we are fetching by the ID. Okay, if not found, then throw the exception. If found, then convert into the response and return it. So insurance coverage mapper dot to response insurance coverage. Okay, let's do one thing. Return insurance coverage, because guys, this method is returning insurance coverage instead of. And we can convert into response as well. Okay, let's return here response. Now change method here as well. Get by ID. Okay, now get cover by ancillary ID. We have method. Actually, not this one, this one. Return ancillary insurance coverage repository dot find by ancillary ID. Let's provide here ancillary ID. Convert into stream map. Let's provide here insurance coverage mapper to response and to list. Get active coverage by ancillary ID. Copy same method and provide it. Now guys, here we need to modify this repository method a little bit. So let me copy this, create one more, find by ancillary ID and active true. Okay, now this method we are going to use here, and active true. That's all the methods are created successfully. Now it's time to create controller for this. So let's create a new Java class insurance coverage controller, annotated with the REST controller, request mapping, required action sector. Okay, let's provide API insurance coverages. Let's create here instance of insurance coverage service. Now let's create a method response entity insurance coverage response. Create coverage. We need here insurance coverage request from the request body. Okay, user will actually not a normal user but admin user, airline admin user will send insurance coverage request in request body, and we need to validate as well. So let's write here valid, annotating it with the valid annotation. We can validate this. Create coverage. Okay, now let's provide here insurance coverage response equal to insurance coverage service dot create coverage, and let's provide here a request. Okay, and let's throw the exception. Now return here new response entity response and http status dot created. Annotate it with the post mapping. Okay, now guys, same we need to create for update method. So for update method we have put mapping. Okay, and let me remove this. Inside the path variable, user will provide the insurance coverage ID, and in the request body will provide insurance coverage request. Now, instead of coverage request, here we have insurance coverage service. Now same for guys delete method. Let's create here delete mapping. It will return the ABI response. Okay, here we have insurance service coverage. Let's throw the exception. And we don't need this header, so let me remove it. For delete method we have delete mapping, and in the path variable admin will provide the coverage ID which he wants to delete. Now same for get by ID. Okay, and here we'll use insurance coverage service. Get coverage by ID. Now get all coverages. So this get all coverages return list of insurance coverage response. Okay, find by ancillary ID. Let me write the method get coverage by ancillary ID. Okay, ancillary and ancillary ID. Here user will provide the ancillary ID in the path variable. Like he wants this ancillaries all the coverages. He wants all the coverages related to this ancillary. Okay, now let me write here insurance coverage service. Get active coverage by ancillary ID. Okay, it will return active only, and it will return all the ancillary. That's it. So guys, we have successfully created all the endpoints for insurance coverages. That's it for this video. Now let's meet in the next video. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to implement API for mill. So let's go to our IntelliJ IDEA. Inside the model, I'll create a new Java class for mill. Now let's annotate it with the getter, setter, node constructor, builder, and entity listener. Also, let's annotate with the entity. Now we need to provide a ID field. Okay, so let's create here a ID field, then create a code field, string code of the mill. Okay, nullable false. Now we can provide a name as well, name, and this column also nullable false. Let's provide the mill type, private string mill type, and the column nullable false. Then we have dietary restrictions. Okay, so let's provide dietary restrictions, ingredients of the mill which are used, then image URL. Okay, then is available or not. Default value of is available is true. Then require advance booking. Okay, for this mill, as do passenger need advance booking or not? So this field is providing that data, that information. If yes, required advance booking is true, then how many hours? Okay, then display order. Then airline ID. Let's provide here private long airline ID. Like airline admin have created this mill for which airline, or this mill is related to which airline. Okay, because each airline have this has its own mill menu. Okay, mill menu or mill you can say. Now nullable false. Now we have audit field, created it, updated it, instant, and we have annotated with the last modified date and a created date. Since we are using created date and last modified date, we need to provide this entity listener. This entity listener, audit entity listener class, once you provide, only then this will work. Now this entity listener annotation will work only once you enable JP auditing in main class. So let's enable here JP auditing. Okay, our mill entity is now ready. Let's create one service class for mill service, and let's convert into the interface. Our first method is create mill. Now create mill will return mill response. Create mill. It will take mill request. Okay, so these two entity we don't have sorry, these two class we don't have in our system. Let's create both the class one by one. First create a mill response inside com.josh.payload.response package. Okay. Now we need to provide here like ID, code, name, description, etc. Let's provide all these fields. ID, code, name, description, mill type, data restrictions, ingredients, allergen. We don't have this allergen, right? Let's remove this. Nutrition information also don't have. Image URL. Price and currency is held by flight mill, not this one. Available, required advance booking hours, display order, airline ID created at and updated at. Okay, now let's annotate this with data getter setter, no action sector, all action sector, and builder. Okay, now let's create the request class. Mill request inside the com.josh.payload.request inside common library. Okay, and guys, we need the same annotations. Okay, now here guys, we need to provide all the fields which are required to create new mill object. First is code. Private string code. Now it can't be null. So let me provide here not blank. Validation. Message equal to mill code is required. And let's provide the mill name. Private string and not blank. Message mill name is required. Then guys, we have mill type as well. So let's provide the mill type. Mill type is required. Size of the mill type is maximum 50 character. Then dietary restriction. We have size for dietary restriction as well. Ingredients. So guys, ingredients user will provide from the client side, that is in comma separated format, in string format but comma separated, like let's say bread, then sauce, tomato sauce, etc. So guys, I hope you understand. Okay, now let me don't write here ingredients, then image URL. Okay, image URL must be must not exist 500 character, means maximum 500 character you can provide in image URL field. Available. So for available I can remove this, I don't need it because by default available is true. Then required advance booking hours and display order. Let me remove this available. I don't need to send it from the front end side. And in the mill we have provided default available equal to true. Okay, now guys, the request and response both are ready. Now let's create remaining fields, remaining methods for mill service. Get by ID, this will return mill response. get mail by ID. Let's provide the long ID. Then update mail. Sorry, first let's provide. Yeah, let me finish this. Update mail. This method will take long ID and mail request. Like this mail ID, this mail he wants to update with this data, request data. Then get by airline ID. So it will return the list of mail response. Get by airline ID. Okay, let's provide here airline ID. So guys, currently I'm providing directly airline ID, but when we implement the API gateway, that time we'll receive here user ID of the logged in user. That is nothing but airline owner. So with the help of that user ID, means owner ID will fetch the airline, and from that airline will grab the airline ID. But for now we don't have API gateway implemented, that's why I'm directly receiving the airline ID from the front end. Now update method is ready. Let's get by ID method is also ready. Now let's create delete method. What? Delete mail. And one more method, update availability. Update availability mail requests. Long ID and boolean availability. Okay, that is great. Now let's do one thing, create IMPL method for this mail service. Mail service IMPL. Let's implement mail service and add unimplemented method. Now let's create the repository, mail repository. Interface, let's change the name, rename file, extend JBA repository mail. Let's create here a method. It will return the list of mail. Method name is find by airline ID. Airline ID. Okay. Now let's create one more method. It will return the boolean to check exists by code and airline ID. And one more method. This method will use when admin wants to update mail. Exist by airline ID and code and ID. And let's provide the not sign. ID, okay. That's great. Now let's go to IMPL and start implementing this method. First, guys, let's check if a mail repository for mail repository, we need, for injecting it, we need to provide here service annotation and required as constructor. Okay, when we provide the required as constructor, mill repository auto injected. Now we can use here mill repository dot exist by code and airline ID. Request dot get code and airline ID. Let's accept here airline ID. Okay. Now let's go to mill service. If already exists, then throw the exception. New exception. Mill code already exists. Okay, guys, mill code should be unique, but per airline, not in whole database. Mill code should be unique, but per airline, not in the whole database. Now let's move to next step is create mill. Mill dot builder build, and here let's set all the fields like code dot code, request dot get code, the name, request dot get name, then mill type, request dot get mill type. Okay, dietary restrictions, request dot get dietary restrictions, ingredients, request dot get ingredients, then image URL, okay, and requires advance booking. If request dot get required advance booking not equal to null, then request dot get required advance booking else false by default. Advance booking hours, display order, and airline ID. That's it. Now we can save this mill into the database. Mill saved equal to mill repository save. Now, guys, here you can see we are returning mill response. Okay, so first we need to convert this entity into mill response. Let's write one mapper method. Inside the mapper, let's create mill mapper. Create one method, public static method, and return type is mill response. Method name is to response and mill. Okay, now guys, this method will accept the mill entity and convert into the mill response, then return it. So let's implement this method. Here we'll check if mill equal to null, then return null. Okay, and now return here mill response dot builder dot build and set all the fields, guys, here id, code, etc. Let's provide here first id, id, mill dot get id, then provide here name, mill type, mill dot get mill type, Then dietary restrictions, ingredients, image URL, etc. So let's look at one by one. Dietary restriction, ingredients, image URL, available, required, advance booking hours, display order, airline ID, created at, updated at. Okay. So to response method is ready. Now we can use here mill mapper dot to response, and let's provide saved. Okay. Now let's implement get mail by ID method. Mail repository dot find by ID, or else throw the exception. Exception, mail not found with ID, and let's throw the exception. Guys, we need to convert this into the response before returning it. So first let's save it in the mail, and then here return mail mapper dot response, and we are converted into the response. Now let's implement update mail. For this, guys, we need the airline ID. Airline ID. Okay. Let's go to the update method and provide here airline ID. Currently we are requesting direct airline ID instead of user ID. When we implement the API gateway, instead of directly requesting for airline ID, we'll request for the user ID. From the user ID, we'll fetch airline, and from that airline, we'll use the airline ID. Okay. Now, let's do one thing. First, fetch the existing mail. Mail equal to mail repository dot find by ID. Let's provide the ID, or else throw the exception. Okay, now guys, here we'll check that code should not be exist in our database which user wants to update mail code. Okay, so let's check. Mail repository exist by code and airline ID, and let's go to mail repository. Exists by airline ID and code and ID not. Okay. Exist by airline ID and code and not. And ID not. So request.code airline ID. Now let me provide here mail ID as well. First airline ID, then code request dot get code. So guys, we need to check that code which are coming in the request. It should not already exist in our database. If it is exist in our database, then throw the exception. Throw new exception. Mail code already exists. And this we need to check if mail code is not null. So let's write here one more condition. Mail dot request dot get code not equal to null. Okay, now finally we can update the existing mails according the request data. So let's set all the fields like set code, name, mail type, dietary restriction, ingredients, image URL. Let me remove this because for this we have one separate method, update availability method. And image URL, required advance booking hours, and display order. Now let's save it into the database. Mail repository dot save mail. Updated. Let's convert into the response. Mail mapper dot to response. Now we have method for get by airline ID. Okay, so mail repository dot find by airline ID. Let's provide here airline ID, convert into the response. Mail mapper to response, and let's convert into the list, not set of list. That's all. Now delete mail. So first we need to find the existing mail, throw the exception if not found, and then delete it. Okay, update mail availability. Here also we need to update existing mail. Now let's change the status of existing mail. Mail dot set availability, and now let's update in the database. Mail updated, and convert into the response. Mail mapper dot to response and updated. Okay, so all the methods are created, implemented. IMBL methods are created, implementation method. Now it's time to create controller for this mail. So let's create mail controller. We need to annotate with the REST controller, required action selector, and request mapping. All the endpoint will start from /API mails. We need here instance of mail service, and now we can start with our first method, create mail. Public with the response entity will return here mail response. Method name is create mail. inside the request body, user will send mail request. So let me annotate with this request body, and we need to validate this request using valid annotation. Also in request header, let's accept here airline ID. Okay, long airline ID. Now let's return response entity dot status http status dot created, and the body mail service dot create mail, provide here airline ID and request mail request. Let's throw the exception. Okay, that is great. Now let's annotate this method with the post mapping. Now similar guys, let's create for get mail by ID, and let's the method name is get mail by ID. Okay, inside the path variable we are accepting ID of mail. This is also get mapping. Now get mails by airline ID. And inside the request header we need to provide here airline ID. Okay, let me write here airline ID for now. Airline from the request header will accepting airline ID, and it will return all the mails of this airline. Now update availability. ID availability inside the path variable, user will provide the ID which mail availability he wants to update, and inside the request parameter he will provide the available true or false. Okay, method name is patch. Now for updating full mail object, we have method update mail. Inside the path variable, user will send the mail ID. Inside the request body, user will send the mail request. Like this data he wants to update, and here let me accept airline ID. Okay, and the method name is update mail. First parameter is airline ID. Airline ID, second is ID, and last is request. Okay, now let me remove this and give here exception. Last but not least, that is delete mail. Okay, let me remove this as well and change the method name delete mail by ID. So for this we have delete mapping. Inside the path variable, user will provide the ID which he wants to delete. Okay, and with the response entity we are sending no content. Okay, so all the endpoints are now ready for mail. That's it for this video. Now let's meet in the next video, guys. Hey everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to create API for flight mail. Let's go to our IntelliJ IDEA. Inside the model, I'll create a new entity class for flight mail. Flight mail. We need to annotate this class with getter, header, all action sector, no action sector, builder, and entity. So let me provide all this. Now let's provide ID type as well. Okay. Now let's provide other fields like flight ID, private, long, flight ID. Flight ID can't be null, column, nullable, false. Then mill, private, mill. And the relation between mill and flight mill is many to one. Means one mill can use in multiple flight. So let's use many to one. Okay. Because guys, many flight have same mills. And available, let's provide availability. That is nothing but true. And provide price as well. Now let's provide display order as well. Default display order is 0. And that's it. That's it for flight mill entity. Now let's go to service package services. Inside the services package, let me create one flight mill service, and it should be the interface. Create your methods like create flight mill. Okay, so it will return flight mill response. Create flight mill and accept flight mill request. Flight mill request. Okay. Now let's create a flight mill response first. Inside the response package in common library. Annotate with the getter header, then no action sector, all action sector, then builder. Okay. Now let's create fields like ID, flight ID, mill, available price, currency we don't need, maximum quantity. Let's remove this maximum quantity as well. Service class restrictions also we don't need this. Then display order complementary. Let's remove this as well. And not. Okay, now let's create flight mail request class. Inside the request class, I will annotate this flight mail request. And here we need to provide all the fields which are required to create a new flight mail object. Like first flight ID. For which flight do you want to create this flight mail? And mail ID. Then available, and price, then display order integer, okay. Now this mail id can't be null, so let's add validation not null, mail id is required, and same for flight id as well. And for price, let's provide it can't be negative, so price cannot be negative. You can say decimal minimum. Now display order can't be negative, so let's provide that display order can't be negative. Let's go to flight mail service, and create remaining methods like get by id. So it will return the flight mail response, get flight mail by id, and it should be the long id type is long. Then get by flight id, this will return list of flight mail response. Get by flight id, let's provide the long flight id, and let's import this list. Then we have method for get all by ids. It will also return flight mail response, get all by ids, and in the request will accept a list of long ids of mail. Then we have update method. Okay, so here we need to provide the id, which mail flight mail do you want to update. Then delete. For delete will return void delete flight mail by id. And one more method, calculate price. So guys, this calculate price will be used in booking service. Okay, when we enable service to service communication, that time flight booking service will communicate with the flight this ancillary service, and he can grab the mail price. Now we can update availability as well. Flight mail response, update flight mail, availability, and here I need to provide the id and boolean availability. That's it. Now let's go to the IMPL and create implementation class for this. Flight mail availability, flight mail availability, flight mail service, flight mail service IMBL. Sorry guys. Okay, so flight mail service IMBL, we need to implement flight mail service. Let's add unimplemented method, annotate with the service class and required action structure. Now we need a repository method for this. So let me create the repository method. Flight mail repository. It should be interface guys, not class. and let's extend with JPA repository. Let's provide here flight mail and ID tab is long. Here I will create methods. First for I've written the flight mail. First for get by flight ID. So find by flight ID. Then we have method for checking. This method will check exists by flight ID and mail ID. Okay, now let's go to IMPL and let's implement it. First, let's fetch the mail. For which mail do you want to create this flight mails? Or you can say it in other way. Other way to say it is which mail do you want to assign to specific flight? Okay, so that mail will fetch here mail repository dot find by ID request dot get mail ID, or else throw the exception mail not found. Okay, now we need to check here like flight mail is exist with this mail and flight ID or not. How we can check it? Using flight mail repository exist by flight ID and mail ID. Let's provide here request.get flight ID and mail.get ID. If it exists, then throw the exception mail already exists for flight. Mail already exists for flight. Else we need to create new flight mail. So let's create here and use here builder. Set the fields like flight ID first, flight ID request dot get flight ID, then mail, then set the availability request dot get availability, price request dot get price, then set display order request dot get display order not equal to null, and request dot get display order else provide the null. Now we can save it into the database. Flight mail repository dot save flight mail. Let's store this in a variable like saved. Okay, now guys, we can't return this entity directly. First we need to convert into the response. For this, let's create one mapper class. Inside the mapper, let's create flight mail mapper and create method public static flight mail. It will return flight mail response. Method name is to response. Okay, now here we'll check if flight mail equal to null, then return null, else flight mail response. Let's return here flight mail response dot builder build, and here we need to set all the fields like id, mill response, etc. Okay, so let me set those fields here. First I have set the id, then flight id, flight dot get flight mill dot get flight id, then mill mapper dot to response. So convert flight mill dot get mill into the response, flight mill response. So here we are setting the mill response. Available flight mill dot get available. Price flight mill dot get price, and display order. Now let's go to the service IMPL method and convert this saved entity into the response using flight mill mapper dot response method. Provide it. Now get flight mill by id. Okay, and or else throw new exception. Let's write here flight mill not found. Flight mill not found, and throw the exception. Let's convert this into the mapper. Flight mill mapper dot to response flight mill, and get flight mill by id, then get by flight id. So it will return the list of flight mill response. Let's write here flight mill repository dot find by flight id. Let's provide the flight id, convert into the response using map flight mill mapper to response, and let's convert into to list now. Okay, then get all by IDs. So guys, for get all by IDs, we have method inside the flight mill repository find all by ID, and let's provide here IDs, and same guys, convert into the response list flight mill mapper dot to response collectors to list, and now we have update method. Okay, so first we need to fetch existing flight. Let's copy this, fetch existing flight which user wants to update. If it's not found, then throw this exception. Existing flight mill. Once you got the existing flight mill, we can update this existing object according the request which are coming from the client side. So let's check here if not flight mill dot get flight id equals request dot get flight id. Directly what we can do is let's say here flight mill dot set flight id request dot get flight id. Okay, second we need to set mill. So let's set flight mill dot set mill, and we need to fetch the first mill. Let's check here if okay, let's do one thing. After this, let me write here if condition request dot get mail id not equal to null, then first fetch the mail equal to mail repository dot find by id request dot get mail id, or else new exception mail not found, flight mail dot set mail. We need to set this inside this block, flight mail dot set mail. Okay, and flight mail dot set availability request dot get available, flight mail dot set price, then flight mail dot set display order. Now let's save it to the database, and flight mail mapper dot to response. Okay, delete flight map. So first we need to fetch this existing, and now we can delete flight mail. Update flight mail availability. First fetch the existing, throw the exception, then update the availability. Let's provide here availability. Now saved into the database. Now I need to set the price. Flight mail repository dot save flight mail. Okay, let's store in any variable updated, and convert into to response. Now guys, calculate mail price. So first we need to fetch the mails, list of mails by id. Let's provide a flight mail mails equal to flight mail repository dot find all by id. Let's provide here mail ids, and double price equal to 0.0. Now let's run one for loop, and price plus equal to mail dot get price. Finally we can return here price. That's all. Okay, so methods are ready. Now we can create controller for this flight mail. So let's create one Java class, flight mail controller, annotated with the REST controller, required as constructor, and request mapping slash API slash. Okay, give me just one sec, guys. Slash API flight mails. Okay, here let me provide the flight mails. Now guys, we need flight mail service instance as well. So let me create an instance of it. Then create our first method. It will return response entity. Here will return the flight mail response. Method name is create flight mail. Okay, inside the request body we are accepting flight mail request. So let me provide a request body, and we need to annotate this with valid request body, not response body. Okay. Now flight mail response equal to flight mail service dot create flight mail, and let's provide here flight mail request. Now let's return here response entity. Response entity dot status, http status dot created. Let's provide inside body response. Let's throw this exception and annotate with the post mapping. Okay. Now similar guys, we need to create method for calculate mail price. So let's create method for calculate mail price. Post mapping price total and calculate mail price. Then get flight by ID. And let's remove this. Get mail by ID. So let me write here get flight mail by ID. In the path variable, user will provide the ID which he wants to fetch the flight mail. He will provide the ID of which he wants to fetch the flight mail. Okay. Now get mail by flight ID. Get mails by flight ID. Flight ID. It will return a list of flight mail response. Inside the path variable, we have flight ID. Okay. Now get mails by ID. We have method get mails by ID. So flight mail service dot get all by IDs. Okay. Get mails by ID. So inside the request parameter, we are providing list of long IDs. Now let's create method for update flight mail availability. This method have patch mapping. Here we need to provide the ID which mails availability do you want to update, and availability path variable ID request parameter. Inside request parameter will provide the available value, means boolean. Okay. And update flight mail availability method ID and available. Now delete flight. Okay, delete flight mail. It's a delete mapping. Inside the path variable, user will provide the ID which flight do you want to delete. Okay, so endpoints are guys now ready. That's it for this video. Let's meet in the next video now. Hey everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to create APIs for flight cabin ancillary. Let's go to our IntelliJ IDEA, and inside the ancillary service in the model package, let's create new class flight cabin ancillary. Flight cabin ancillary. Okay. We need to provide the annotations like getter setter, no action sector, all action sector, builder, and entity. So let me provide that. And let's provide the ID field as well. Okay, same ID field which are used in ancillary. Now let me close this ancillary. Now we'll provide other fields like flight ID, private, long, flight ID, and let's provide here column nullable false. Then cabin glass ID, private, long, cabin glass ID. Here also will annotate with the column nullable false. Then ancillary, private, ancillary, ancillary. Okay, now let's annotate with the one ancillary have many flight cabin ancillaries. So relation is many to one. Let's provide the relation many to one. And fetch tab, let's give a lazy, or let's just remove it. Then available, private, boolean, available. Then max quantity, private, integer, max quantity. Okay, now let's provide the price and include in fare field. First let's provide the price, private, double price. Then private, boolean, included in fare. By default let's give it false. Included in fare. Okay, great. So this is our flight cabin ancillary entity. Now let's create a service for it. Inside the service package, I'll create one flight cabin ancillary service, and it should be, guys, the interface, not class. So let me change here from class to interface. And now let's create all the methods one by one. First method is for create flight cabin ancillary, and it will return flight cabin ancillary response. Method name is create, and it will take flight cabin ancillary request. Okay, now we need to create this class. Inside the response. Okay, let's provide all the fields one by one. First, ID, flight ID, cabin class ID, ancillary response, availability, maximum quantity, price, and currency I don't need, included in fare. Then getter setter, builder, all action sector, no action sector. That's all. Now let's create the request as well. In more action, create class for this request. Okay. Now let's annotate this method as well. Private long flight ID, and let's annotate not null. Message flight ID is required. Okay, flight ID is required if a user can't provide the flight ID during a flight cabin ancillary creation time, then we'll throw this exception flight ID is required. Then same for cabin class ID. Cabin class ID is also required. Then ancillary ID, for which ancillary do you want to create this flight cabin ancillary? Okay, then availability, maximum quantity, then price, and included in fare. Okay, now let's go to flight cabin ancillary service and create remaining methods. Now we can create next method is get by ID. It will return flight cabin ancillary response get by ID. Method name is get by ID. Let's provide a long ID. Next method get all by flight ID, flight and cabin class. It will return list of flight cabin ancillary response get by flight and cabin class. Let's import. So we need to provide here a flight ID and cabin class ID. Then next method we have get all by IDs. It will also return list of flight cabin response get all by IDs. Then get by flight ID and cabin class ID and type. It will return flight cabin ancillary response get by flight ID and cabin class ID and type. Okay, so type is ancillary type. Let me provide here ancillary type get by flight ID, cabin class ID and type. Now let's write one more method. This will return list of flight cabin response flight cabin ancillary response. Method name same get all by flight ID and cabin class ID and type. So let's provide here a parameter flight ID, then long cabin class ID and ancillary type. Okay, now update method. It will return flight cabin ancillary response. Method name is update long ID flight cabin ancillary request and request. Then delete method. Return void delete. Then calculate ancillary price. Calculate ancillary price. It will take a list of ancillary IDs. Okay, this method will used in booking service. So during the creation of booking, by using this method, booking service will calculate the ancillary price which are selected by user. Now let's write the implementation of flight cabin ancillary service. Flight cabin ancillary service IMPL implements flight cabin ancillary service. Now it will ask us to add an implemented method. So let's all add this. Now we need to annotate this with the service class and required as constructor. Yes, we need flight cabin ancillary repository as well. So inside the repository package, I'll create a new repository for, actually class I will create, not a package. Flight cabin ancillary repository, flight cabin ancillary repository, and it should be the interface. Let's extend JPA repository, flight cabin ancillary, and ID type of it is long. Let's write here a method name. First method is find by flight ID and cabin class ID. It will return list of flight cabin ancillary. Find by flight ID and cabin class ID. Let's provide here long flight ID and long cabin class ID. Okay, find by flight ID and cabin class ID. Now let's create one more method that can return flight cabin ancillary. Find by flight ID and cabin class ID and type. Ancillary type or type? Let me check for type. Let's go to the ancillary we have, but we don't have a type here, right? So what we can do is we can use here ancillary then type like this. Okay, and let's provide all the fields: flight ID, cabin class ID, and ancillary type. Same method, guys, but it will return the list of flight cabin ancillary. Find by flight ID and cabin class ID and ancillary type. So it says okay, so for now let's do one thing. comment one. Okay, and let's keep one. Now let's go to the service IMPL, start implementing it. First, let's implement this create method. So guys, we need to fetch the ancillary. For which ancillary do you want to create? This flight cabin ancillary. We need to fetch that ancillary by ID. So ancillary and ancillary repository, flight cabin ancillary dot find by ID, request dot get ancillary ID. Actually, it's ancillary repository. Okay. Now, or else throw the exception. Ancillary not found. Let's throw the exception here. Okay. Now let's create object. Flight cabin ancillary. And what we can give here is flight cabin ancillary. Flight cabin ancillary, okay. Flight cabin ancillary. Flight cabin ancillary dot builder build. Let's add all the fields. Like first flight ID or request dot get flight ID. Cabin class ID. Request dot get cabin class ID. Ancillary. Then available. Request dot get available. Max quantity. Request dot get max quantity. Price. Request dot get price. Included in fare. Request dot get included fare. Okay, now we need to save it in our database. So flight cabin ancillary saved equal to flight cabin ancillary repository dot save. Let's give here flight cabin ancillary. Okay, now guys, directly we can't return this saved. First we need to convert this into the flight cabin ancillary response. So let's do one thing. Create one mapper method. Create Java class. Flight cabin ancillary mapper. Okay, and inside this we'll create one toResponse method. Guys, this toResponse method will take flight cabin ancillary entity and convert into the flight cabin ancillary response. Okay, flight cabin ancillary response. Method name is toResponse. Flight cabin ancillary. And second parameter, it will take list of flight cabin insurance coverage response. Coverages. Okay, let's import this list. Now let's check here. If flat cabin ancillary equal to null, then return null. Let's return here flat cabin ancillary response dot builder build. We need to set here id flat cabin ancillary dot get id, then flat id. So flat cabin ancillary dot get id, then cabin class id, flat cabin ancillary dot get cabin class id, then ancillary. For ancillary, we have ancillary mapper, because guys, flat cabin ancillary dot get ancillary will return the ancillary entity, but we need to convert that entity into response using ancillary mapper dot to response. Now here we can give flat cabin ancillary dot get ancillary and coverages as well. Okay, then available flat cabin ancillary dot get available, then max quantity flat cabin ancillary dot get max quantity, price flat cabin ancillary dot get price, then included in fare flat cabin ancillary dot included in fare. Okay, to response method is ready. Now guys, let's do one thing. Use here flat cabin ancillary mapper dot to response, provide here saved, and coverages we need to provide. So by default I have provided null, but coverages we need to fetch using insurance coverage response. Insurance coverage response coverage is equal to guys, either we can use directly service method, or we can use repository as well. If we use the repository, this will return the insurance coverage. So insurance coverage repository dot find by ancillary id, and let's provide here save dot get id. That is nothing but flat cabin ancillary. Okay, now we can convert this insurance coverages to insurance coverage responses. A response is coverage responses equal to insurance coverage mapper dot actually let's do one thing here. Use stream coverage dot stream dot map, and here we can provide insurance coverage mapper to response. Now convert into the list. And what it says, replace collect to list directly. Great. Now we can provide here coverage responses. Okay, So guys, what we can do is we can create a separate method for this. Okay, because this thing we need to do in every method, like in get by id, get by flight and cabin classes, get all by ids, etc. So let's do one thing. Write here one method private. It will return flight cabin response, flight cabin ancillary response, flight cabin ancillary response. Method name is convert to response, flight cabin ancillary. Now let's copy this thing. Provided here. Instead of save.id, I will provide here ancillary.getID. Okay, and let's return, convert this. Converting it, we have this. Instead of saved, let me provide here ancillary. Okay, now this method we can use here. Convert to response, let's provide here saved. That's all. Now get by id, flight cabin ancillary equal to flight cabin ancillary repository dot find by id. And let's provide the id, or else throw exception and provide here flight cabin ancillary not found. Throw the exception. Now let me copy this. Use here convert to response method and just provide flight cabin ancillary. That's all. Now get by flight and cabin glass, flight id and cabin glass. Here we can use flight cabin ancillary repository find by flight id and cabin glass id. Flight id, cabin glass id. Dot stream map. Okay, and here we'll use this convert to response, collector to list. That's all. Now get all by ids. Same just will use here. Flight cabin ancillary repository dot find all by ids. Okay, stream map, and this dot convert to response method will use to convert into list of response. Okay, now we have method for get flight id and cabin glass id and type. It will return flight cabin ancillary response equal to, let's use here flight cabin ancillary repository dot find by id Okay, so guys, here find by ancillary type. Let's use this. Provide here flight ID cabin class ID and type. And let me do one thing. Let's give here type like this. Like type baggage, etc. And let's use this type. It will return the flight cabin ancillary. Okay, now let's convert into the response and return flight cabin ancillary response. Okay, great. Now get all. We have one more method. Get all method. So for this, guys, we need to create one repository method. Let's uncomment this. Instead of find, we can type find all by flight ID and cabin class ID and ancillary type, like this. Okay, now let's go to the service IML, yeah, and finish this method. Flight cabin ancillary repository dot find all. Okay, let's provide here a flight ID, cabin class ID and type. Then we need to use stream and map. This convert to response and convert into the list. Okay, now let's implement this update method. First we'll fetch flight cabin ancillary. Flight cabin ancillary equal to flight cabin ancillary repository dot find by ID. Let's provide here ID. Then or else throw new exception flight cabin ancillary not found. Okay, now let's set fields like set ancillary. So request start. Sorry, don't need to change the ancillary. Set availability. Request dot get availability. Flight cabin ancillary dot set max quantity. Request dot get max quantity. Set price. Request dot get price. Then set include and fare. Request.get included in fare. And now we can save it in our database. Flight cabin ancillary saved equal to flight cabin ancillary repository dot save. Let's provide here flight cabin ancillary and convert into the response. Okay, now let's implement this delete method. So first we'll fetch this, throw the exception and delete. Delete. Okay, now calculate the price. So first let's fetch list of flight cabin ancillaries equal to flight cabin ancillary repositories dot find all by id. Find all by id and provide here ancillary IDs. Now calculate the price. So double total price equal to 0. Let's run here for loop. Ancillary flight cabin ancillaries. Okay, total price plus equal to ancillary dot get price. Total. So guys, this means total price equal to total price plus ancillary dot get price. Let's return here total price. Okay, so methods are now ready. Now it's time to create controller for this. Inside the controller, let's create flight ancillary controller. Flight cabin ancillary controller. Annotated with the REST controller, required action structure, request mapping, API, flight cabin ancillary. Flight cabin ancillaries. Okay. Now let's create the instance of flight cabin ancillary service. Let's create our first method. Response entity. Flight cabin ancillary. Response. Method name is create. Create flight cabin ancillary. Okay. Inside the request body, we'll accept the flight cabin ancillary request and let's validate the request using @valid. Now let's return here response entity dot status http status created, and inside the body service dot create. Let's provide a request. Throw the exception and let's annotate with the post mapping. Now get by ID. Let's create a method get by ID. Okay, throw the exception. It's asking us for surrounding try catch. Okay, no need it. In the path variable, user will provide the ID of flight cabin ancillary and we'll use it here. Service.get get by ID. Now get all by flight ID and cabin class ID. It will return the list of. So get by flight ID and cabin class ID. So here are flight ID and cabin class ID. Both will accept in path variable flight ID and cabin class ID. Now we have one more method. Get by flight and cabin class and type. Let's import this ancillary type. Get by flight ID and cabin class ID and type. Okay. Now here you can see flight ID, cabin class ID and type inside the path variable. Now one more method for get all by flight and cabin class ID. Get all by flight ID and cabin class ID and type. Okay, then for update we have put mapping. ID inside request body will access the flight cabin ancillary request and ID in the path variable. Guys, this update method have put mapping. Now let's create a delete mapping. And of course this delete method have delete mapping, and in the path variable he will provide the flight cabin ancillary ID. Now calculate ancillary total price. Post mapping price and total. Calculate ancillary price. Inside request body will accept the list of flight cabin ancillary IDs. Okay, so guys, our endpoints are ready for flight cabin ancillary controller as well. Guys, we have created APIs for ancillary controller first, then we have created for insurance coverages, then mill controller, and then flight mill controller, and finally we have created for flight cabin ancillary as well. So all the endpoints for ancillary services are get created. Now in the next video we'll test all those endpoints in Postman. So let's meet in the next video, guys. Hey everyone, welcome back. In this video we are going to test all the APIs of ancillary, flight cabin ancillary, mill, flight mill and insurance coverages. So first we need to start our server. Before starting our server, I will make some changes in the pom.xml file. Inside the build and plugin we have configuration for this logbook. So I will remove this configuration because we don't need it from that from this Maven plugin as well. And then here we have the logbook dependency, and here I will provide the scope. Scope is provided. Now let's load Maven changes. Okay, once the Maven changes are loaded, I will start the server of ancillary service, and we need to wait for a couple of seconds. to start the server. And there you go, our server is started on 5008. Now let's go to the Postman, and first we'll create new ancillary. So for creating new ancillary, we need to provide the endpoint like /API ancillaries. Inside the body, we need to provide the data. Now data we need to provide in the ancillary request format. So let's check the ancillary request class and see these are the data we need to provide to create new ancillary. So what I'm gonna do is I will copy this, and let's ask chat GPT to write JSON data for us. Write JSON data for this class. Okay, and now we can copy this. Let's go to here, provide. So guys, we are creating extra baggage ancillary. This is the RFISC code, name extra baggage, description, icon URL, metadata max weight kg 25. So metadata, we have a separate class for metadata. So let me check what is inside the metadata. Baggage metadata. Okay, let's check what it has, and it has weight unit. Okay, let's do one thing. Write for this as well. Let's write the data for this. Okay, great. Now let's go to here. In metadata, we need to provide the baggage key. Baggage, and inside the baggage, I'll provide this copied data. Which data? This one. Let's copy, and let's format it a little bit. Okay, great. Now in metadata we have baggage. Inside baggage, weight, unit, pieces, category, dimension, and knot. In this format we need to provide the data. So baggage, yeah. Now this production summary and special service detail and upgrade detail we can provide, but it's not required. So now let's hit this endpoint and check whether it's create ancillary or throw the exception. Airline ID we need to provide inside the header. So let's provide airline ID, and I will save this. Let's provide it one. Save it again, and now I will send the request again. There you go guys, ancillary get created. Now let's get all the ancillary by airline ID. Okay, so for that which endpoint we have, let me check. Get all by airline ID. Okay, inside the header we need to provide the airline ID. I guess it's X header maybe. Yeah, X airline ID. So let's copy this. Okay, this header will provide here, and value is 1. Now let's change the port number is 8. Okay, so we are getting list of ancillaries of the airline ID 1. Now what happens if I provide airline ID 2? You can see empty list because airline ID 2 doesn't have any ancillary for now. We can fetch ancillary by ID as well. Get by ID, and let's provide this with the ID 1. Get request, send the request, and there you go. What if I provide 2? I'll get the exception, ancillary not found. Great. Now guys, we'll test insurance coverage API. Okay, so in insurance coverage, we need to provide flight ID. Okay, why it's in text format? Let me convert into the JSON format. Flight ID. So let's give flight ID 1, flight instance ID 1, cabin class economy. Then trip type we don't need to provide. Let me remove passenger. I don't think this is for insurance coverages bulk. Okay, let's do one thing, create new endpoint for insurance. Create insurance and API insurance coverages should be post mapping body row and JSON data. Let's go to the insurance coverage controller, go to the, okay, let me minimize it, go to IMBL, and these are the insurance coverage requests. Okay, so let's write the JSON data for this as well using ChatGPT. Write for this as well, and it will write the JSON data for us. Let's copy this, provide here ancillary ID is 1, coverage type medical emergency, coverage amount, description is flat, claim condition, then display order and active true. Okay, now let's send the request. We got the error. Okay, medical is not from the enum. So let's check what is inside the coverage type. Baggage, trip, emergency assistant, medical emergency. Let's copy this and provide it here. Okay, medical emergency. Now let's send the request, and there you go, it's created, but why ID is null, so it got fixed. Let's do one thing, get ancillary by ID again with the 1, and it has metadata, but coverages are null. So let's go to our IntelliJ idea. We have coverage mapper, where it is, there you go, and inside the response ID is not mapped. So first let's provide the ID, entity.get ID. This one is fixed. Now when we fetch the ancillary, so let's go to ancillary mapper. In response we have coverage response list. We are providing from the IMPL method. So let's go to ancillary service IMPL, and when we fetch by ID, so fetch insurance coverage by ancillary. Okay, okay guys, so here we have to do, let's fix this to do, fetch insurance coverages by ancillary, and ancillary repository. We need here coverage repository. So first let's fetch the list of insurance coverages. Insurance coverage response or insurance coverages it will return. Use here insurance coverages repository. Coverage insurance coverage repository. Okay, let's create the instance here first. Private final insurance coverage repository. Coverage repository. And let's use this coverage repository. Okay, it will return the list of coverages. Coverage repository find by ancillary ID. So let's give here ancillary dot get ID. Now we need to convert this into response list. So let's convert into insurance coverage responses. Okay, and coverage responses equal to coverages dot stream. Let's use here map insurance mapper, insurance coverage mapper. And to response. Let's convert into do list. Okay, directly we can provide without collector. And let's provide that coverage responses here. Okay, now same guys we need to do for this get by airline ID as well. So let me copy this and let's remove this to do word and fetch here. Okay, and now this list we can provide here coverage responses. Here also let me remove this to do word because this is fixed now. And same guys for this update ancillary. Okay, here we'll provide the ancillary.id and let's add here coverages response. Great. Now let's remove this to do word. Let's make it readable. Okay, now let's update it. And then we can check it in our postman. Now let's get by ID. You can see we are getting the coverages with the ID. Okay, that means coverages are working fine. Now let me go to the controller package. After that guys we have mail controller. So let's create new mail. Inside the mail, create a new mail. And we have this mail request body, code, name, mail type, data restriction, ingredients, image URL, available, required advance booking hour, display order 1. And inside header we need to provide the airline ID. So let's provide here X airline ID. Airline ID is 1. For which airline are you want to create this mail? So I want to create this mail for first airline. Guys, I need to check the port. I forgot what is the port. Port is 5008. Okay, 5008. Yeah. Now let's hit this endpoint, and there you go. Mail is created successfully. Now let's get all the mails by airline ID. So inside the header, okay, first let's hit this endpoint and see the exception. Then we'll provide a head. Okay, it says method get is not supported. API mills. So let's check the endpoint of mill controller. Get mill by ID we have and get mill by airline ID. So let's create one method. Get by ID. And let's provide the mill ID. Mill ID is 1. Method is get. Let's hit the endpoint and there you go. We are getting this mill. Now get by airline ID. So in get mills, let's provide here a airline, and inside the header, guys, we need to provide the airline ID. Airline mills airline. Why it's okay? So we need to keep this here. Okay. Yeah, now it will work perfect because this params ID, guys, should be come after this. Otherwise it will treat this airline as a ID. Okay, now let's hit the endpoint. Server is restarted. So let's wait to restart it. Okay, it's restarted now. Now let's hit this endpoint. And method parameter ID failed, convert to API mills airline. Okay, like this. Now you can see we are getting X airline ID header required. So let's provide this airline ID inside the header. Airline ID is 1. Okay, and we are getting the list of mills of airline ID 1. What if I provide that ID 2? I'll get the empty list. Okay, because second airline doesn't have any mill. Okay, guys, so mills endpoint also working fine. Now let's check in IntelliJ IDEA. We have flight mill. Okay, and flight cabin ancillary. So let's test APIs for flight mill. Now get mill by flight first we have. Okay, so let's test this API. Till now we haven't created any mill for the flight 1. So let's check what is giving. It's giving empty list. Of course, we don't have any flight mill. So now let's create one flight mill, and I need to provide the JSON data for this. Let's change the endpoint flight mill. Now let's check what data we need to provide for flight mill, creating new flight mill. Go to flight mill request. I need to provide data in this format. So let's copy this. Create data for this as well. Okay, let's copy, and flight ID should be 1. Mail ID also 1. Price is this true, order 1. Now let's hit the endpoint, and code is 5008. Okay, there you go. Flight mill is created successfully, guys, with the price. Now get mills by flight. Let's hit this endpoint as well. Earlier it was empty list, but now we'll have the list of mills. There you go. It's working fine. Okay, now it's time to test APIs for flight cabin ancillary. So where we have flight cabin ancillary? Here. Get and create. First, let's hit this endpoint 5008, sorry, and API flight cabin ancillaries. So it says method get not supported. Let me check what are the endpoints we have for flight cabin ancillary. For create, we have this post mapping, get by ID, then we have get all flight cabin, get all by flight cabin glasses, okay, and get by flight and cabin glass and type, then get all by flight and cabin glass and type. Okay, great. So let's do one thing. First, create the new flight cabin ancillary. For flight cabin ancillary, what we need to provide? Let's go to the implementation. Flight cabin ancillary request. So let's copy this. Go to ChatGPT and ask him to create JSON data for this as well. Okay, JSON data is created. Let's copy this. Go to a Postman and go to create. First, change the port number 5008 API flight cabin ancillaries. Go to the row JSON. Let's provide the data. Flight ID is 1001, cabin class ID 1, ancillary ID is also 1. Okay, price is this, maximum quantity available and including fare, false. Now let's hit this endpoint and there you go. Flight cabin ancillary get created. Now first we'll check the endpoint is this get by ID, then get all by flight ID and cabin class. Okay, no problem. First let's check get by ID. So get by ID is working. Now let's create new get by cabin class and flight ID. Get by flight ID and cabin class ID. Okay, let's provide here first a flight ID, FLIGHT flight, flight ID, then cabin class ID also 1. And let me confirm once this endpoint flight, then flight ID, cabin and a cabin class. Okay, so it should be like this. Now in the get by ID method, I will check the flight ID. So flight ID is 1 and cabin class ID 1. So let's give both 1 1 and hit this endpoint. There you go, I'm getting this. But what if I give cabin class cabin ID 2? It's empty list. Okay, because second cabin don't have any ancillary for now. So this is working fine. Now we can check this endpoint as well, get by flight ID and cabin class ID type. So we need to provide the cabin class ID and type as well. Okay, let's test this as well. Get by flight ID, cabin and type. And cabin and type. Okay, now we need to provide here a type as well. Type is, let's copy the type from enum. So where we have ancillary type. Okay, let's check inside the flight cabin ancillary controller. Type, ancillary type. Let's go to the implementation. Type is baggage and travel protection. First let's check for baggage. So for baggage we have this, but what if I provide the travel protection? It will be empty. Okay, for travel protection, for now we don't have any ancillary. So let's check for travel protection. There you go, cannot equal, because ancillary is null for travel protection. Okay, so yeah guys, all the APIs are working fine, and that's it for this video. Now let's meet in the next video.